A very good morning and welcome to International Conference of Innovation and Entrepreneurship ICIE 2020. I'm Subhashni Subramaniam, your virtual host and MC for today's event. Before we move on with our agenda today, this is to inform that our event today is being broadcasted live via APU's Facebook page and APU's YouTube channel. Do watch and leave some feedback and commentaries. Moving on, a little brief about our conference today. The ICIE 2020 is a collaboration between Asia Pacific University and its partner Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, India. This conference is a continuous effort by these two establishments, whereby the previous International Conference on Humanities, Technology, Science 2018 and 2019 was accomplished. The Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, APU, is among Malaysia's premier private universities, and it's where a unique fusion of technology, innovation, creativity works effectively towards preparing professional graduates. APU was awarded the Premier Digital Tech University status by the Malaysian Digital Economy Corporation, MDEC, and was recognized for its commitment in offering top-notch digital technology courses, with an international student community for more than 12,000 students from more than 130 countries studying in its Malaysian campus. APU offers truly a cosmopolitan learning environment which prepares students for the global challenge which lies ahead. On the other hand, the Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, formerly known as the SNR Sons College, is one among the most renowned arts and science educational institutions in India. This institution is a noble venture by the SNR Sons Charitable Trust, one of the leading pioneer philanthropists of Coimbatore, India. The institution was first college started by the trust to fulfill the long-felt need for a premier organization striving to bring constructive transformational in young aspiring by imparting technical, behavioral, and value-based education. Today, APU and SNR once again teams up and offers us the International Conference of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, ICIE 2020, with the theme Sharing Innovation Ideas and Practices to Make Sustainability Strategy into a Reality, providing a unique insight to the real world of business and entrepreneurship. The ICIE 2020 offers you a wide range of effort and successful research and work led by academics and students. We now bring you the video presentation of APU, SNR College, and ICHTS 2018 and 2019.
This institution is run by SNR Sons Charitable Trust, approved by Government of Tamil Nadu and All India Council for Technical Education. We are pioneer in education, sports, and other activity among the colleges in Coimbatore. At T. Most of our courses are industry connected with big industries such as Google, IBM, TCS, Infosys, Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, Association of Chartered Certified Accountant, UTL Technologies, Avin Technologies, and Texas Instrument. Also internationally accredited by Confederation of International Council, CIE. We have given an opportunity for our students to pursue their studies abroad while they're doing course in our college, for which we have tie-up with leading university in Malaysia, such as Asia Pacific University and Amity Global Institute, Singapore. In the
Our first agenda for today is the conference officiating and welcome speech by our very own Professor Dr. I.R. Vinesh Tiruchelvam, Deputy Vice Chancellor of Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation. We bring to you Prof. Vinesh live from APU.
All right, thank you, Shubi, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third International Conference on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, ICIE 2020. This is our third year running this Business and Innovation and Entrepreneurship Conference. It has been rebranded. There is new leadership in terms of organizing the conference. Let me first start by thanking the organizing committee. They've done a wonderful job. Even this morning, this whole arrangement has been very extraordinary. And we had a good laugh this morning on how we have actually put this together. So I want to thank them. Specifically, I want to thank two people within the committee who basically led the entire team. That is Associate Professor Dr. Lawrence and Dr. Joginder. And rest assured, the conference will have a very good outcome in terms of the publications that need to be produced from this conference. And they've been supported by a very strong team. Now, additionally, I want to thank the two keynote speakers who will contribute their time this morning. There is the first one, Dr. S. Deena from Sri Ramakrishna College, and also Associate Professor Takimi Fujikawa from the Otimon Gaikuin University in Japan. So I thank these two individuals who come from a very prominent background for sharing their time this morning for the conference. The conference is in its third year running. We had a fantastic initiation in 2018, and that was driven further by an even better and larger group of participants in 2019. This year, unfortunately, due to COVID-19 and the current situation that we are in, a couple of months ago, we took a decision as with the leadership team of the organizing committee to switch this conference to a online virtual conference, and that switch took some challenges, some organizing decisions to be made, and we've come to this day, which means that the efforts put through have seen some fruitful outcomes. The conference itself has got 6 clusters within it. The main thing which I know of is humanities, tech and science, entrepreneurship, accounting and finance, and also business. So these 6 clusters fulfill the entire overall nature of the conference in terms of the participants, the publication outcome. Yeah, there has been 100 over papers submitted, and we hope that we can reach a good target in terms of papers submitted, accepted, and leading towards publications. Hopefully in 2021, being a very positive-minded person, we can overcome the current situation that we have, and we will come back to a face-to-face conference offering. So without further ado, I want to get the show running simply because we have two guests waiting online as well from India and from Japan. I'd like to end with a quote from Professor Teddy Cruz, who's a Yale University architectural professor. The future of cities today depends less on buildings, and I say that with modern buildings, and it depends more on the mental organization of social working relations. Yeah. So having said that, I thank the organizing committee. I thank all the participants for being part of this conference, and I wish everyone the best of luck today and moving forward. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Vinesh. Moving on, our next agenda for this morning is the keynote address by Dr. S. Deena, Vice Principal of Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, India. With over 30 years of experience in the academic field, Dr. Deena, who completed her PhD in Family Life Management, has held many key responsibility and member of Board of Studies in numerous institutions in India. Her CV speaks clearly about her achievements and the dynamic role she plays in her career. We welcome Dr. Deena, live from Coimbatore, India.
Shall I start? Yes, just a very good morning to all of you. Selamat pagi. It is my pleasure to be with you all on this virtual international conference on innovation and entrepreneurship. This is the third edition of the international conference, jointly organized by Asia Pacific University, Malaysia, and Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, India. And this year, the theme of the conference is COVID-19 and sustainability transitions. Though this COVID-19 has caused so much stress in all our lives, the joy we feel has little to do with the circumstances of our lives and everything to do with the focus of our lives. This COVID-19 pandemic has caused a comprehensive and tragic public health crisis. But just like that, faith and joy are contagious as fear and panic. It's up to us to choose well. Willie Stargell said, life is one big transition. The COVID-19 pandemic has the potential to catalyze sustainability transition. And we have to all believe that life is one big transition. This crisis has changed the lifestyle for all of us in every conceivable way. Social distancing has become the norm, and we see empty office spaces. The office has shifted to home. Let us see a few negative impacts of COVID-19. The one major negative impact is being isolated from family, friends, colleagues, society. And the continuous influx of gloomy contagion-related news. The numbers and the graph when we see on the news are really alarming. And stress regarding the future, finances, job security, and imminent economic recession. So as there are two sides of a coin, we will also see the positive impacts of COVID-19. The coronavirus pandemic's impact on the environment is so positive. The carbon emissions have become less due to the decrease in the number of vehicles on road. The waste generation has decreased to a great extent. We see protection of wildlife and habitat, and all forms of energy we see are being saved. And people have started realizing the importance of hygiene, cleanliness, and sanitation. Not only understand these concepts, but everybody has started practicing this. And one major positive impact of COVID-19 is the quality time that people had got to spend with family, which was really lacking in the stress-filled mechanical life that we were undergoing in the past few years. And because of the culture of work from home, there is no structured routine. And we have all learned to differentiate between essentials and non-essentials in our life. Because of the confinement at home during the past few months, we were permitted to go out only for essential things. And so we have realized what is essential in our life. And a big boon is that the reading habit has been revived. And we have observed in our region where children normally play video games and games on mobile, during this period we were able to see that they started playing traditional games which were long forgotten. And another major positive impact of COVID, when people were at home, they started eating healthy food, doing exercise, doing yoga, getting good night's sleep, and so we have all started seeing and experiencing healthier versions of ourselves. And we have also strengthened our relationship with old friends on social media. And social distancing does not mean emotional distancing. On 31st March 2020, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said about coronavirus, what the world needs now is solidarity. With solidarity, we can defeat the virus and build a better world. Now let us see about the economy post-COVID-19. In reviving the economy post-COVID-19, all countries could turn a crisis into an opportunity by resetting its energy spending to favor clean energy, enabling citizens to continue enjoying the unprecedented clean air and blue skies bestowed by the lockdown. Mandates imposed by governments to the COVID-19 pandemic provides some initial indications of longer-term actions on the part of policymakers, business managers, and others interested in sustainable supply and production, as well as the prospects of sustainability transitions. Now, there have been a lot of behavioral changes which create opportunities for people to build new skills, to shift away from energy-intensive forms of transportation, adopt telecommuting, virtual meetings, and of course, adopt online education. Just a small scenario in the pre-COVID-19 in the US. In the United States, on any given work day before COVID-19, over 200 million people commuted to work, released millions of metric tons of nitrous oxides, carbon dioxide, and particulate matter. If 10% of these people find these new alternatives preferable if 10% of these people find these new alternatives preferable from a cost and convenience perspective over the longer term, the likely environmental benefits would be substantial. And now we have started coming back from globalization to localization. COVID-19 pandemic will prompt business managers and policymakers to re-examine prevailing globalized systems of production. In response to the need to build local resilience, supply and production systems will become more localized. COVID-19 pandemic will bring back the localization concept. And coming to strategic planning. For any business, bringing digital technology and environmentally sustainable practices together should be the focus of strategic planning. And now change is the new normal. Nations discuss a return to normal after COVID-19. It is critical to reflect upon what is old normal, what should be retained, and what are the new normals. And how do we keep moving towards local sustainability? The environmental impact in cities due to cessation of economic activities, drastic decrease in mobility linked to the COVID-19 confinement has led to less greenhouse gases emissions, better air quality, and renaturation of urban areas. The fight against climate change has become a must, and we face the double challenge of overcoming a socio-economic crisis and preserving the environmental quality acquired during confinement. Regarding urban resilience strategies, urban planning needs to switch from a reactive approach to emergencies to proactive preparedness and decision making, bracing cities for an unpredictable and unthinkable future. Sustainable mobility rethinking will prompt us to favor active transport modes like cycling, walking, and reinforcing public transport. And now we are seeing the rebirth of deglobalization. More important is the way countries now think about economic integration. President Emmanuel Macron of France has said that the coronavirus will change the nature of globalization with which we have lived for the past 40 years, adding that it was clear that this kind of globalization was reaching the end of its cycle. The digital transformation of business will get faster with more automation and artificial intelligence. Regarding the education field, now more than 90% of the planet's children are out of classes, according to the UNESCO. The disruption will ripple for years. Teaching has moved online with digital lessons on a scale never seen before. And when we see about circular economy, we see accelerated digitalization. COVID-19 has forced the private sector to quickly embrace a new business model to accommodate social distancing and shuttered office spaces. Digital solutions have promoted virtual workspaces, mobile government, and a multitude of platforms to monitor and trace infections. Digitalization is not limited to medical solutions or work from home setups. It also plays a critical role as an enabler of the circular economy by helping businesses close loops, implement more efficient processes, minimize waste, promote longer lives for products, and lower their transaction costs. As Peter Drucker said, we now accept the fact that learning is a lifelong process of keeping abreast of change. And the most pressing task is to teach people how to learn. And in this pandemic situation, all of us are undergoing the same situation. And as Antonio Guterres said, we are in this together. I would like to quote this: for this crisis situation we are all undergoing. We are in this together and we will get through this together. And so I would like to thank all of you for having given me an opportunity to present the keynote address in this virtual international conference. So I'm sure this conference is going to be a rich learning experience for all the participants today. So thank you very much. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deena. Our next keynote address will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Takemi Fujikawa from the Department of Economics, Otemon Gakuin University, Japan. Dr. Takemi, who graduated with his PhD from University of Western Sydney, Australia, has received many recognition from reputable institutions in Japan and internationally for his tremendous contribution in the field of academia, mainly academic leadership. Let's welcome Dr. Takemi live from Osaka, Japan. Dr. Takemi, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction myself. Professor, Doctor, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning in Japan, maybe afternoon in Malaysia. I'd like to take this opportunity to convey my big thank you to Chairperson of the conference, ICIE, and organizing committee members, and not to mention my dear friend Dr. Lawrence for inviting me to this conference today. Thank you very much. So, how can I see the participants? Just hang on. Okay, never mind. Okay, I hope you that the participants relax and enjoy my presentation. So today I'll be talking on my one of my research fields on petty corruption. Since I'm economist, so I'll investigate petty corruption in terms of economics perspective. So let me use my slides. Just hang on. Share screen. Since I'm not a high-tech person, I'm taking some time. Okay. If you have a difficulty in looking at my slides, just let me know. Okay. So today's my topic is economics of petty corruption today. So before we go on, so what is petty corruption? Okay, what is petty corruption? Why is it important to investigate petty corruption? Okay, so petty corruption. Perhaps you have not ever heard the term petty corruption. So petty corruption actually refers to acts in which the power of just hang on. I see the message. You can see the participant. Okay. Okay. Petty corruption refers to acts in which the power of public office is used for his or her personal gain, personal private gain, in a manner which contravenes the rules of the game, according to research in 2001. So the examples of petty corruption or petty corrupt behavior is the billing the personal phone calls to the company, and some people would cheat on time cards when they slot in, and small bribery by traffic officials or police officers. Okay, this is the example of the petty corruption. So, why is it important? Why we need to study the petty corruption? Petty means this is the English term. So petty is just tiny or the little or small. Okay, small is small. So petty corruption itself can be damaging if left unchecked. Once each petty corruption is accumulated, it will give the big effect. So in fact, in some countries, the petty corruption is the second most prevalent crime after housebreaking. So as long as the person accepts relatively minor infractions of the law as acceptable behavior, gradual numbing of unethical sensitivity occurs over time. Okay. So as I just mentioned, one example of the petty corruption is bribery, small, tiny bribery by traffic officials. Okay, I assume today's participants drive every day, or not every day, very often. So let's say you are drivers. Okay, there's some drivers who are running over speed limit and unfortunately caught by traffic police or traffic officials on the highway or road. So some people are willing to pay or to offer small bribe to the officials or police. For what? To avoid a speeding ticket. So even if this kind of bribe is no big amount, is petty, the aggregate of each small bribe may affect the nation's attitudes towards larger ethical problems. Okay. So demands for petty bribes being committed occasionally. So important term here is occasionally, not every day, not very often. So why not often? So some traffic officials receive the bribe occasionally, not every day. So why not every day? Both parties, it means driver and the police officials. Both parties are on the road in which the actions of corrupt officials are difficult to be monitored. Okay, difficult to be monitored and therefore penalized by the authority. Corrupt officials are likely to subjectively underweight probability that their actions are monitored and severely penalized by headquarters. So the key word here, underweight. Okay, underweight. This is important because the petty corrupt behavior is examined with the theory of underweighting of rare events. So underweighting of rare events is the notion within economics, especially behavioral economics. Okay. So why does a corrupt official not demand illegal petty bribe at every opportunity, but instead occasionally or sometimes? So in order for us to examine this kind of the behavioral tendency by traffic officials, I have presented the economics model. Since this my class, economics class, I don't go into details about mathematical models, which many of you feel very boring. But if you become interested in this kind of model, so send me an email and contact me, so that we can keep in touch to have further discussion. So I skip this slide. So I assume I've got 15 minutes. So if I still have time, so let me share with my article with you, which was on the newspaper NST, New Stress Times in Malaysia. Okay. Actually, before coming back to Japan, I was working at the USM in Penang and Graduate School of Business. So when I was at USM, I was asked by the newspaper to write something on petty corruption. So since I don't intend to read go through the whole article, so I highlight a few phrases I think important. So the corruption is now a major public concern in many countries, not only in Malaysia, but also in Japan, in many countries. It is indeed recognized by a number of economists that corruption and bribery are major impediments to development. Okay? Corruption results in a lack of public confidence in democratic processes. It entrenches the elite and it slows economic growth and it deepens economic inequality as money continues to trickle up. Literature, I mean the previous literature in especially economics, showed that the corrupt behavior appears to lower the level of ethical consciousness, economical consciousness, and society's economic activities. Another literature shows that the intention to bribe positively correlates with the individual's attitude towards the need to succeed. Okay. Notwithstanding the grand corruption, and the term grand corruption is just opposite of petty corruption. Grand corruption means big corruption. Anyhow, notwithstanding, grand corruption like that associated with the arms deal receives the most media attention. But petty corrupt behavior can be as damaging if left unchecked. So, in fact, in some countries, petty corruption is very, very prevalent. Despite being individual petty bribe or petty corruption, a total amount of that in one country may not be small if a large number of the officials are receiving petty bribes very often. Although such a bribe is petty, it may affect one nation's attitude towards larger ethical problems, as I mentioned earlier. employees in public service, such as police, such as traffic officers, tend to be risk averse. So let me tell you more about risk averse. So in economics, the people can be divided into two classes. One, risk-loving individual. Second, risk-averse individual, and risk-neutral individual. Okay. So in some countries, employees in the public services and government officers, for example, are considered as long-term tenure holders. Okay? In case of Japan, the government officers can work until in her 60s. The Malaysia, I forgot, 55 or 60 anyway. Anyway, the public government officers can they have a long-term tenure holders. Okay. So the task to be assigned to economists like me is to analyze or investigate the petty corrupt behavior with respect to economic theories, such as theories on economics of small decisions and experiment economics, which I have been doing a research on. Actually, my PhD is on experiment economics anyhow. So one of the theories is concerned with the behavioral tendency called, yes, I mentioned earlier, underweighting of real events. So economists would examine that petty corrupt behavior by individual officers or police officers is caused by underweighting real events and its probabilities. So it seems the common perception among the corrupt officers that the public largely interacts with traffic officers on the road, in which the actions of corrupt officers are difficult to be monitored and therefore penalized. Under this perception, the corrupt officers are likely to subjectively underweight the probability which their actions are being monitored and severely penalized by a supervisor or their bosses. Okay. So I just touched on the small decision making to discuss petty corrupt behavior. So there is a growing debate, growing discussion about car accidents caused by a series of small decision making. SDM stands for small decision making. So some of the people, some people have the experience to receive the mobile phone call when they are driving. Okay. So if I introduce the news reporting in the States, the former governor of New York, the Mr. George Pataki, he banned the state employees from using the state-issued mobile phones when the staff are driving. In addition, the New York State employees driving a state vehicle were prohibited from using any mobile phones. Okay. I still remember the statement from the governor, the Mr. Pataki. It's a sad story. Actually, too many families have suffered the tragedy of seeing a loved family injured or sometimes passed away because of an accident caused by some drivers who are using the mobile phone while they are driving. Very sad story. So actually, the reason why I use the I use the mobile phone use while driving is so actually the when people drive when people are driving and receive the phone call, the drivers take very little time and very little effort to make decision. What kind of decision? To answer or while driving, to answer or not to answer? Maybe 1 minute, no, less than 1 minute, maybe 5 seconds. Oh, should I answer? Should I not answer? So this kind of the action or this kind of decision making is a very typical example of small decision making problems. Okay, so taking the few minutes to I introduce my some the work uh, the small decision making problems. Actually, this Professor Alvin Roth, the Nobel Prize winner a few years back. So he mentioned my work on small decision making to discuss the issue on the behavioral economics. And another my work with my boss was published in the book written by the professor Van Smith. He was also the Nobel Prize winner in economics. Anyway, so the concluding my speech presentation, let me show you the phrase I wrote on the New Straits Times. Corruption. Okay, corruption results in a lack of public confidence. Corruption entrenches the elite and it slows economic growth and deepens in economic inequality as money continues to trickle up. This would be true not only Malaysia but also other countries, including Japan. I think this is the end of my presentation speech today. Thank you very much.
A gracious thanks to Prof. Vinesh, Dr. Deena, and Associate Professor Dr. Takemi for taking the time and effort in sharing their valuable knowledge and experience with us. Once again, our sincere appreciation to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, now we officially kickstart the ICIE 2020. The morning session for the conference will begin with the paper presentation by 14 presenters, followed by a pre-recorded video presentation in the afternoon. Majority of these presentations cover the area of humanities, technology, science, entrepreneurship, accounting, finance, and business. The conference moderator for today is Dr. Janita Kularajasingam, and she will be taking over here onwards. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us and stay tuned till the end. Wishing all of you a good day ahead and stay safe. Signing off.
A good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Janita Kularajasingam, a lecturer in School of Marketing and Management. Moving on to the next session, we are going to start with the live paper presentation by our friends from India and Malaysia who will be presenting their topic based on their research papers accordingly. We have presenters who will be presenting live at 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. So moving on, the first presenter for the day would be Dr. Shashikala. Dr. Shashikala, you may start the first presentation.
They are economic risk and uncertainty. In addition, those board performance. So
Hi, we apologize for the incoming quality internet issues. Therefore, we're moving on to the next presenter from Malaysia. It's Puan Noraini Ahmad, and her paper presentation will be on mediating effects of logistics integration in the relationship between strategic supplier partnership and supply chain performance in telecommunication industry in Malaysia. Over to you, Noraini.
All right. Very good morning to all. Okay, so today I'm going to present mediating effect of logistics integration in the relationship between supplier partnership and supply chain performance in telecommunication industry in Malaysia. All right. So basically, this is the study, something related with the supply chain performance. All right. So for this particular conference, I will present the introduction, the background, the method, the results, and also the conclusions. All right, so for the introductions, as we know, the Department of Statistics Malaysia reported that the major percentage share of economic activities are service sector, 54%, followed by the manufacturing, 23%, mining and quarrying, 9%, agriculture, 9%, construction, 5%. This is by the Department of Statistics of Malaysia 2016. All right, so as we know, the telecommunication industry is under the service sector. So it actually contributes a bit high in the economics activities in Malaysia. All right. So at the end of 2017, the telecommunication sector market capitalizations rise 8.9% to 165 billion from 151 billion as at the end of 2016. Okay, in contrast, the broadcasting sector post decline in market capitalizations by 1.1%. That is 14.66 billion compared with 14.82 billion in 2016. It's about 2% of the population has access to the mobile phones and a mobile network within the country as of 2016. All right, so basically, current what they call it, information that we get from the MCMC is 2060s, and because they will usually publish it after 3 to 4 years. All right. Okay, so this is the background of it. This study focused on telecommunication companies in Malaysia since it contributes to the high percentage shares of economic activities. Therefore, in order to maintain the company's competitiveness, supply chain needs to be managed accordingly. All right. Peterson's and Siegel Street 2013 conclude that there are 4 high levels of supply chain structure in telecommunication industry within which start with the supplier, contractor, continue with the equipment provider, services provider, and also the consumer. Each level of supply chain structure play their own role in order to achieve the better performance. Okay, this is also by Peterson 2013. So basically for the gaps, right, why we conduct this particular study? Because major of the empirical works was done in Western setting. And while limited understanding of the mediating of logistic integration in supply chain performance in telecommunication industry in Malaysia. This is a site by the Sundram, Ibrahim and Govindaraju 2015. So basically, based on the previous studies, right, most of the studies, basically their setting is mostly in the manufacturing industry. As we know that most of the supply chains, what they call it, a study and research was done in the manufacturing industry, such as the food industry, such as the electric and electronic industry. So this is why this particular part of the gaps of this particular study. All right. So most studies focus on the customer's relationship and information sharing, while less studies have examined the strategic supplier partnerships. variable in examining the supply chain performance. So as we know, this particular study will look into the supply chain manufacturing management practices, which is the SSP, strategic supplier partnerships towards the supply chain performance, and mediates by the integration. All right, logistic integrations. So there's two objectives of this study. The first one is actually to determine the relationship between the SSP and the supply chain performance, which is the direct relationships. And then the second one is actually to determine the mediation effects of logistics integrations in the relationship between the SSP and the supply chain performance, meaning that the mediates by the logistics integration. Okay, so the methodology, basically the population for this study is content telecommunication service operator firms in Malaysia, MCMC. So based on the MCMC reports, they list out 21 telecommunications companies officially, meaning that we have around 21 telecommunication operators such as DG. The popular one is like DG, Maxi, Celcom, and we have around what they call it 21 lists. So 221 okay, 221 questionnaires were distributed to the operation department workers. So basically the total, I can say that the total for the workers in the telecommunication industry, we have I think around 30,000. So the Telecom Malaysia's contribute quite numbers of these populations, because Telecom Malaysia's have around something related with the Alright. Okay, so 201 response were usable, which yield 90% the response rate, and the data were key and analyzed using the PLS. And alright, so based on the results, so we see this particular study is actually to look into two things: the direct impact between the SSP, strategic supplier partnership, with the last ones. That the DV is the supply chain performance. So based on this one, they found, based on the studies, right, they found out that the relationship between the strategic supply partnership and supply chain performances were rejected. All right. So the relationship is not significant. Hence, the H1 was not supported. So basically, this one is actually contrary to the previous study, which was found that the supplier selection positively influenced on the logistic collaborations to the supply chain performance. But based on the study, it may be due to the resource commitment. Robert 2007 said that the resource commitment and smoothing of a problem in the strategic supplier partnership may contribute toward this particular insignificant results for this study. All right. Next is the mediating effects of the logistic integration. So the second hypothesis is actually to look into how the logistic integrations mediate between the SSP and also the supply chain performance, and it actually was accepted. So as our previous study also support on this. So the mediating effect of logistics integration in the relationship between the strategic supplier partnership and supply chain performance was found to be significant and positive. Hence, hypothesis H1B was supported. That suggests strategic supply partnership facilitate the supply chain performance when logistic integration is successful. All right, the result is similar, as I told before, is actually supported by the Prajago OKN 2016, which found that the strategic supply partnership and logistic integration contribute toward the successful of the supply chain performance. All right, so for the conclusions, this study couldn't establish the direct association, as we know that it couldn't establish direct association between the SSP and also the SCP, supply chain performance, but it's actually supported and by the logistic integrations. as their mediator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Puan Noraini. That was such a very insightful information, I would say. All right, so moving on to the next presenter. Hi, Dr. Shashikala. You may start the presentation.
Very good morning. Myself, Dr. Sasikala Devi, Associate Professor, School of Commerce of Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, would like to present a paper on gold performance and its impact on economy during COVID-19. So we have the two authors are myself and Dr. D.V. Padmaja also, the co-authors of this article. Introduction. In India, gold is considered as an economic asset of people. Being an economic asset, people make an investment in gold and generates income from it. According to a study conducted by National Council of Applied Economic Research, revealed that India's economic growth has underpinned its gold market, and the income levels are most significant long-term determinant of consumer demand in India. Moreover, gold is one of the factors which measures money value of rupee in international market. As we know that gold's behavior can be explained by four broad sets of drivers. They are economic expansion, risk uncertainty, opportunity cost, and momentum. In India, India's gold industry is most important to its policymakers because of its driving demand, economic growth, affinity of population with gold, change in shape of consumer demand due to urbanization, and organized growth of industry. With much of the global economy and due to COVID pandemic lockdown, world GDP is expected to contract by 4% down in 2020, more than three times decline seen during the global financial crisis, which was occurred during 2008. Whereas gold's strong return in 2020 is supported by rising market risk and uncertainty, lower opportunity cost, and the momentum impact of strong positive performance in 2019. The COVID-19 pandemic and ensuing continuous lockdown would like to be supportive of consumer demand on gold performance. Gold behavior may depend on the speed of recovery and the duration of monetary policy and fiscal stimuli. Hence, this paper aims to study the performance of gold and its impact on economy during COVID-19. The main objectives of the study are to study the performance of gold and its impact on Indian economy. And my second objective is to analyze the impact of COVID-19 in movement of gold prices in India. And the third objective is to study the relationship between demand and supply of gold in India. The data is based on secondary data, which is collected from World Gold Council and the Reserve Bank of India. The period of the study, study period is 3 years, starting from the first quarter of 2017-18 and ends with the first quarter of 2020. The first objective according to my first objective, the first objective aims to study the gold performance in international market. According to that, in international market, the gold purchases and the gold demand in the international market is the world gold demand in international market was high during the period 2019 and 20. After that, there was a there will be the fluctuations in the international gold demand, whereas the gold demand in international market is continuously stable. So only during the third quarter of 2019-20, it was high by 1,294.2 tons. After that, till the first quarter of 2021, the international gold demand was 1,083.8 tons. By this, we can see that in international market, there is a relatively and moderately significant demand for international gold demand. So moreover, it's an important determinant factor for maintaining the economic stability in the international money market. So that. And then my second objective is focuses on to study the relationship between the India's gold demand and supply. So in India, gold purchases are driven by tradition, festivals, and other important family and societal occasions. So in India, always there is a high demand for the gold. According to my study, there is a high demand for gold in India. In the study that the gold demand and supply is always continuously increasing except during the first quarter of 2020. I also focuses to study the relationship between the gold demand and supply, so that to study the relationship between the demand and supply, the correlation analysis was used, so that the hypothesis, the null hypothesis which was framed that there was no significant relationship between gold demand and supply. The study supports that. This was the slide which measures the India's gold demand movement, which shows that during the first quarter of 2021, there was a decline in the gold demand by 35.9%. So, which was compared to the first quarter of 2017-18 and 18-19. So, every year there was a decline in the percentage of change over the period of the study, whereas the sudden decline of 35.49% was made during the year 2020-21 because of the COVID pandemic. So that the correlation analysis was made to study the relationship between the gold demand and supply. So the study found that there was a positive correlation between the demand and supply. Moreover, there was a the relationship shows that there was a positive relationship between the gold demand and supply of gold in India. And then the study also focuses to determine the variances between the gold demand and supply. According to my study, the F test is being conducted to study the variances of two samples. So based on that, the mean score is analyzed. The mean score says that there was a high supply more than the demand. So because that the variance shows that the 3644.26, which is more than the demand. The demand variance is only 1667 and the mean score is 178, which is compared to supply. The mean score of supply is 208 and the variance is 3644. So which shows that there was the supply is more than the demand. So that there is a, by which we can conclude that in India always a high demand, but whenever there is a high demand, the supply is more than the demand because of this F test and correlation analysis. And then my study also focuses to know the gold prices in India. To analyze the gold prices, moving average method is used by focusing on the 4 quarters range. By using the trend line, we can analyze that there is a stability. Of increasing the gold prices over the period of time. But at the same time, when we compare the pandemic period, there was a sudden increase in the gold prices in India because because there is no alternative in the other financial markets. There is all the investors are investing in the gold market rather than choosing the other investment options. So because of that, there is a high prices in the high prices of gold in India. As per this, according to this study, when we compare the stability in the prices, always due to pandemic, the actual prices is more than the estimated prices, which is made particularly during the first quarter of 2020-21. So it was in India, it was jumped to 25% over the period of 3 years. So this is a very good positive sign in the gold prices. At the same time, it attracts the investors in investing in the gold. When we compare to the foreign institutional investors and other investment options available to the investors particularly. Then conclusion. So based on these 3 objectives, we may conclude that India's GDP growth is the downward tragedies since the first quarter of 2019. So all the countries in international market, they are facing the economic crisis when we are facing in the year 2009. In the same way, due to pandemic, all the countries in the world, they are facing the economic crisis. In India also, we are also facing the same thing in India. But at the same time, due to the gold prices and the gold movement and because of the stability in the gold demand and supply, we are maintaining the stability of the prices and the money value in the international market. So that we can make a conclude that because of this analysis, we may see that consumer spending in essential item is more, and the consumer spending in non-essential item is declined nowadays. So this was actuated by the outbreak of COVID-19 in March. Since the study was taken up to March 2020. In India, people are more cautious in spending. The study also says that there was a high demand for gold in India and international market. COVID-19 pandemic fell down the demand in gold market temporarily, but it provides a greater demand for investment. Moreover, this study found that its supply and actual prices are more than the demand and the estimated gold price. Hence, it's being concluded that COVID-19 pandemic creates positive impact in investment decision and negative impact in gold buying behavior. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very insightful Dr. Shashikala. All right, moving on to the next presenter. Our next presenter will be Vinny.
Good morning, ma'am. Here is Vinny Infanta, Assistant Professor, Department of BCom PA, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, to present the paper on the topic Perception of Households and their Level of Satisfaction towards the Chit Fund after COVID-19. Introduction for this paper is, according to Section 2 of Chit Fund Act 1982, Chit Fund means transaction, whether called Chit, Chit Fund, Chitty, Freeze, or any other name, which is an agreement between a specified number of persons that everyone shall subscribe a certain sum of money for a periodical installments over a definite period that each such subscriber shall in turn determine by the lot or by auction or by tender in any other manner during a specified period in which it agreement be entitled. Determined to be entitled to the price amount. The statement of the problem is many of the consumers, particularly lower income households, hence purchase consumer goods for a worthwhile if a separate study is. Many of the consumers, particularly lower income households, purchase consumer goods. Hence, it will be worthwhile if a separate study is carried out for the perception of households and their level of satisfaction towards chit fund during this pandemic situation. Not particularly lower income households purchase consumer durables by taking consumer loans at a high interest, and they are not able to repay the loan even if the interest amount. Therefore, the chit fund practices have become the habit of investment for the lower income households. Based on the knowledge gained from this theoretical discussion, it conducts a study in rational method. Objectives of the study is to evaluate the household perceptions towards chit fund operations during this pandemic situation, to measure the level of satisfaction towards chit fund operations during this pandemic situation. Research methodology. The study area for this study is conducted in the Coimbatore city. It has observed that from various studies and reports, the South India is the highest chit fund investors in India. This study is focused on the one of the prominent city in South India, that is Coimbatore, which is considered as the business capital of Tamil Nadu. The sampling size is confined to the persons of 120 respondents. Tools used in this study is Garrett ranking, KMO and Batters test, and rotated component matrix. Limitation is the study is specifically restricted to the Coimbatore city. Hence, the time and energy factors which have been employed in this study is being limited to the geographical area of the study. The findings of this study is mainly related to the chit fund operations. Hence, the household perception towards chit fund operation is being ranked by the investors on the basis of the popularity of the chit fund and the procedures that is being followed for discounting of chit fund in the time of emergency. Then the second finding of this study is the level of satisfaction towards chit fund operation is being ranked on the basis of the amount held as security or operational charges by foremen and effective maintenance of the chit fund records. The suggestions of this study is the formality to open chit fund accounts are very simple when compared to various other investment practices. Hence, the investor, especially the middle class investors, are very much interested in investing in regulated chit funds than when considered to unregulated chit funds. In this period of lockdown, during the pandemic situation, the people's income is very low when compared to before. Hence, the people who have been invested and kept their savings far better are able to survive this pandemic situation during the lockdown situation also. Hence, it is necessary for proper documentation of chit fund operation records and the procedures that is followed in discounting of the chit fund. Hence, the study is concluded thus. A chit fund is considered to be attractive investment option practices which need a high discipline in financial management and regulation. Hence, it is necessary for the investors to make their security for both their money and personal information to be kept safe of the investors. Therefore, it helps the investors to invest more in chit funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vinny. Moving on to the next presenter, it will be Saranya. Oh yes, we have an announcement here. Apologies for any lags that took place over this whole conference session. The main reason to this was actually the presenters are actually presenting live from India, so apologies on our end.
Good morning to all. I'm Saranya, Assistant Professor, Department of BCom BA from SNR CAS. Today's my topic is Impact on Women's Mental Health in COVID-19. Introduction of the study. In December 2009, a new severe type of pneumonia, later known as novel coronavirus disease, was reported in Wuhan city. It rapidly extended around the world in all countries have been equally affected. Lockdowns and self-quarantine measures across the world have increased women's workload as more people are homebound for a continued period of time and caregiving tasks have increased. Data from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development shows that Indian women do nearly 6 hours or unpaid care work each day. So the study focused on impact on women's mental health. Statement of the problem. Physical distancing and stay-at-home orders have had larger implications for women in every sphere of their lives. Nearly 70% of women work in the informal economy. They hold less secure jobs, earn less, and save less. With the sharp rise in unemployment and limited access to social protections, they do not have the capacity to absorb the economic shocks and are at greater risk of falling in poverty. With this problem, following questions are raised. That is, what are the impact of the physical and mental health on women in COVID-19? So that the objective of the study, it aims the studies to analyze the current information about the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on women's mental health. When the study was takes place, so far some limitations was there. First limitation was biased information during the primary data collection from the respondents. And the another one is the study is specifically focused on women's gender. So thus the study is limited to women's. And next stage is research methodology. The current study is focused on explorative and descriptive. The first investigation was done through explorative and deep science was done but descriptive in nature. In stage 1, the first stage, the research is exploratory by nature. The research from a part of desk work carried for collection of review of literature. This is done in initial phases to undertake detailed secondary data search about impact on women's mental health. This exploratory search begins from preparing questions for the next stage. In stage 2, in lieu with the objectives of the research study, a data collection method used for getting respondent responses about the impact on women's mental health during the COVID period. The primary data collection tools used in research work is close-ended questionnaire seeking the accommodations related preferences. It was spread among various respondents based on demographic and psychoeconomic parameters like age, geographical areas, occupations, etc. to get required insights. The questionnaires were made with the help of Google Forms and data analyzed with the help of MS Excel. In research design, the research design used by the researcher is exploratory research design, and sampling method used is convenient sampling. The sampling tool used ANOVA and random correlations. Sample size. So far, data collected from 50 respondents and the area chosen is Coimbatore City. It is Manchester of South business industries also. So that this district was chosen. Sources of data is primary sources and secondary sources. In primary sources, the data collected through questionnaire and secondary sources, online journals, blogs, and articles were supported as a secondary data. And next one is we are focusing on conclusion. In this study, the world is facing a global health crisis affecting people in diverse and drastic ways. COVID-19 has deepened pre-existing inequalities and exposed a gap in our systems, amplifying the effects of pandemic. The multi-layered effects of COVID-19 have been exacerbated for women, although the current evidence is scarce concerning direct effect of COVID-19 on mental health. There are indications of increased level of depression following the COVID infections. Regarding the indirect effects of COVID-19 on general mental health, there seems to be evidence on increasing depressive and anxiety symptoms, along with negative impact on general mental health, particularly among women. In this present research has came to know that most of the respondents have faced depression and anxiety. In deeper, the following of sadness, the feelings of sadness, hopelessness, uselessness, or emptiness. And another depression is crying frequently. Next one is no longer enjoying favorite activities, loss of energy, and inability to focus, remembrance or decide, inability to sleep, sleeping too much, or struggling to get out of bed, loss of appetite, weight loss, or overeating in attempt to feel better, thought of self-harm, death, or suicide, resistant headaches, nausea, or physical pain that doesn't improve with treatment, becoming easily annoyed or angered. These are the studies which mainly impact by the women during this COVID. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saranya. Moving on to the next presenter will be Dr. R. Sri Devi. Over to you, Doctor. Over to you, Dr. Sri Devi.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. I'm Dr. Sridevi, working as an assistant professor in the Department of BCom PA, Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, India. I'm going to present my paper in the topic of an overview of the impact of COVID-19 in education sector. The introduction about my topic is the pandemic COVID-19 has spread over the whole world and compelled the human society to maintain social distancing. It has significantly disrupted the education sector, which is a critical determinant of the country's economic future. According to the UNESCO report, it had affected more than 90% of total world student population during mid-April 2020, which is now reduced to nearly 67% during June 2020. Outbreak of COVID-19 has impacted more than 120 crores of students and youths across the planet. In India, more than 32 crores of students have been affected by the various restrictions and the nationwide lockdown for COVID-19. As per the UNESCO report, about 14 crores of primary and 13 crores of secondary students are affected, which are two mostly affected levels in India. After observing the coronavirus pandemic situation, the World Health Organization advised to maintain social distancing as the first preventing step. So every country started the action of lockdown to separate the people. So the education sector, including schools, colleges, and universities, became closed. Classes suspended, and all examinations of school, colleges, and universities, including entrance tests, were postponed indefinitely. Thus, the lockdown destroyed the schedules of every student. Though it is an exceptional situation in the history of education, COVID opportunities to come out of the difficult classroom teaching model to the new era of digital model. So numerous advanced educational institutions in India are not allowed, also equipped with digital facilities right now to cope up with sudden change from traditional education setup to the online education system. If the situation persists in the long run, there will be a significant decline in the demand for international education also. Hence, an attempt is made to find the impact of COVID-19 in education sector. The objectives of this study are to enlighten various measurements taken by Government of India for education sector during this pandemic, to highlight various positive impact of COVID-19 on education sector, to enlist some negative impacts of COVID-19 and to put some effective suggestions for continuing education during the pandemic situations. These are all the objectives for the present study forecast. The methodology used for the present study is data and information presented in current study or collected from various reports prepared by national and international agencies on COVID-19 pandemic. Information are collected from various authentic websites. Some journals and e-contents relating to impact of COVID-19 on education system are referred. According to the first objective, to enlighten various measurements taken by Government of India for education sector during this pandemic, initiative of Government of India on education sector during COVID-19 to prevent spread on pandemic COVID-19, the Government of India has taken number of preventive measures. The Union government declared a countrywide lockdown of all education institutions on 16 March 2020. Central government of secondary education postponed all examinations of secondary and higher secondary schools on March 18, 2020 throughout India. CBSE revised guidelines for education centers to conduct examinations by maintaining a distance of at least 1 meter between students taking the exam with a class not having more than 24 students. And almost all state government ministries have taken measures to ensure that the academic activities of students and colleges do not hamper during the lockdown period. They have instructed the schools to hold all their classes online. The lockdown has accelerated adoption of digital technology. It has provided a chance to develop new and improved professional skill, knowledge through online learning in more efficient and productive way. Online learning is the best solution during this pandemic COVID-19 situation. So the Digital India vision of the government is emerging as a vital tool for solving the present crisis due to COVID-19. The Ministry of Human Resource Development has made several arrangements, including online portal and educational channels through direct-to-home TV radios for students to continue learning. And during lockdown, students are using popular social media tools like WhatsApp, Zoom, Google Meet, Telegram, YouTube Live, and Facebook Live, etc. for online teaching learning method. ICT initiative of MHRD is a unique platform which combines all digital resources for online education. And the another objective is positive impact of COVID-19 on education. The first, it moves towards a blended learning and raising use of learning management systems and enhance the use of soft copy of learning materials and improvement in collaborative work, rise in online meetings and enhance digital literacy, improve the use of electronic media for sharing information, and worldwide exposure, better time management. Demand for open and distance learning has increased a lot. The other one is negative impact of COVID-19 on education system. The first one is educational activity is totally hampered, and the impact of employment has become a big question mark. And unprepared teacher students for online is mode is a challenge, and reduce global employment opportunity also, and increased responsibility of parents to educate their girls. If in case the parents of uneducated, it become a challenge for them also, and loss of nutrition due to school closure, and access to digital world become tough, and access to global education is also tough, and payment of schools, colleges, and fee mode got delayed due to more unemployment opportunities or raised. And according to the study, the conclusion of study is COVID-19 has impacted immensely to the education sector of India. Though it has created many challenges, various opportunities are also evolved. The Indian government and different stakeholders of education have explored the possibility of open and distance education learning by adopting different digital technologies to cope up with the present crisis of COVID-19. India is not fully cope up to make the education reach all corners of the nation via digital platforms. So the students who aren't privileged like the others will suffer due to the present choice of digital platforms. But universities and the government of India are relentlessly trying to come up with a solution to resolve this problem. The priority should be to utilize digital technology to create an advantageous position for millions of young students in India. It is a need of the hour for the education institutions to strengthen their knowledge and information technology infrastructure to be ready for facing COVID-19 like situations. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sri Devi. Moving on to the next presenter, we have Judith Priya. Over to you, Judith Priya.
Good morning, one and all present here. Today we are going to see about the sustainability of pet market after COVID-19. So I'm R. Judith Priya, Assistant Professor from the Department of BCom Professional Accounting, Pejja Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore. Introduction. Indian people are increasingly attached to their pets, with animals such as dogs, cats, and birds after regarded as pet as the part of the family, people become more aware of the hardships some animals suffer, motivating many animal lovers adopt stray dogs and cats as the pets in India. The concept of owning pets and taking care of them is a very urban phenomenon in India. There exist a vast opportunities for the sale of pets, pet products, and services industry to boost up in India in the near future. This study reveals the evolving opportunities of the trends in the pet products and services industry and the sustainability of the pet market after COVID-19. What's the meaning of pets? Pets are part of our everyday lives and part of our families. They provide us companionship and also with emotional support to reduce our stress levels, a sense of loneliness, and help us to increase our social activities, positive emotional development. In return, as responsible pet owners, we need to ensure that our animals are kept healthy, fit, get nutritious food, love and affection, proper housing and care. There exists an enormous growth in the pet industry in recent years. The current study reveals evolving pet opportunities and trends in the pet industry and the sustainability of the pet market after COVID-19. What's the meaning of pet market? So many of us wouldn't have thought about what is the meaning of a pet market. Pets market in India is experiencing a faster growth compared to many pets market that operate across the globe. So we haven't known about all these facts. The market at present is highly unorganized and it is focused on local markets. For ages, people have been buying cattle and pets from their regional pet or cattle trade fairs in India. So traditionally, the occupational and certain pet animals like the cattle, elephants, horses, camels, sheep, goats, donkeys, fighter cocks, pigeons, birds, etc. Rated trade fairs conducted in 14 region states. So that is why the emergence of the pet market is there in India. This study, so here we have the overview about the pet industry. There's just a focus. The pet industry, it covers pet care services, veterinary services, and pet supply stores. Pet refers to the pet sale and the pet supply stores. We'll see one by one. Pet and pet supply stores. So what are the things they are supplying over there? See, the pet and pet supply stores, it is actually supplying the pet sale, the normal pet sale, and then the pet food and the pet supplies refers to the pet accessories in the pet shops. So this study is mainly meant about, it's a different one where it concentrates on the pet and then the pet care and then their services. And what are the next services about the veterinary services? So it mainly cares about the hospitals, veterinary hospitals, and then the veterinary laboratories, and then the pet clinics around India and around the globe also. And the next is about the pet care services. The pet care services refers to pet grooming, pet training, pet boarding, and then pet sitting. So this is actually an emerging trend in India. So this is actually one of the emerging trends. So pet grooming is the biggest sector in India where it is growing nowadays at a high pace. And then pet training is one of the part where like dogs and cats are being trained by the trainers. And pet boarding is also one of the part where we can able to keep the pets at the place where if you're out of the station, we can keep our pets for 10 or 15 days in the pet boarding. And then about the pets sitting is nothing but some persons can come to our home. If you're not there in our home, they will maintain our pet. So this is actually called as the pet care services in India and along with the world. So views about the pet industry in India, this is actually before, that is previous to 2000 and then since 2000. So previous to 2000, animals were viewed less like the pets. So that is actually, the pets are viewed like an animal. But here, pets are the companions. Nowadays, pets are called as the companions, best friends, and then the babies. There is a very little focus on the pet pampering in previous to 2000, but there is a focus shift towards the total lifetime care of the pets here in after 2000, and less focus on pet food and vaccinations, but more focus on customers' demand more human-like treatment for pets. There is maximum pet owners, especially dogs owners, prefer to have dogs at their houses, and forms to protect from invaders. But pets are treated as one of the person in the family and bred up with a lot of emotional care. So this is here we have an analysis and interpretation of a pilot study conducted before COVID-19. This is just a nutshell for you to just know about the previous of the COVID-19. So this methodology of the study, it is actually a simple study conducted with the method of collection of the primary data, and the sampling technique was convenience sampling technique, and the sample size is 100 respondents, and the statistical tools used here are percentage analysis, Likert scale analysis. And then here we have what's the meaning of percentage analysis. It's the ratio is very often expressed as percentage ratio, established relationships between two variables. In the calculation of percentages, also one figure is taken as base and is divided by another number and multiplied by 100. And then we have Likert scaling technique. Likert scaling is a type of rating scale used to measure attitudes or opinions. With this scale, respondents are asked to rate items on a level of agreement. A 5-point Likert scaling technique is used for the study. Points were given as below. Strongly agree 5 points, agree 4 points, neutral 3 points, disagree 2 points, and strongly disagree 1 point. So based on the pilot study, so I have just made excerpts of the some of the analysis. This is actually the amount spent on pet products and services monthly. So monthly amount spent on pet products and services before COVID-19. It is actually the study made with the help of the 100 respondents. So here, the maximum amount spent on pet is about rupees 1,000 to 3,000. So this is actually the monthly amount spent by the pet parents or the pet owners in India. And here we can see the most commonly owned pets in India. So most commonly owned pets are dogs. Dogs came to the first place at maximum 35% of the people. They have given the preference to dog, and the next place goes to cat, and then the third place goes to the fishes, and then the fourth place goes to the birds, and then the fifth place goes to the other pets, and sixth place go to guinea pigs, and then the rabbits. So this shows about the major expenses spent on various segments of pets industry. The expenses on segments of pet industry. This is actually made before COVID-19. So this is the first. So above in this excerpts, we can see the maximum amount of spent on the pet purchase. Pet purchase refers to buying of pet. So this is the first place, and then second place is actually made by the pet food. So all the other things has been maintained in the that is actually pet health care or came to the third place, and then the fourth place it came to pet accessories, and it goes on like that. And this is the major utilization of various segments of pet industry. So this is actually based on the Likert scale analysis. We have made a ranking. So this is the result of the pilot survey done before the COVID-19 along with 100 respondents. So in that, the first place is made by the pet food. That is the major utilization of the various segments because it is actually the famous one. So as we already known, the pedigree and then the rules or the basic or the famous pet food marketers, and then the second place is made by the pet health care, that is pet vaccination, and then the pet veterinary came to the second place, and then third place is given to the pet purchase. So it goes on like that. And now we can see the impact of pet market after COVID-19. So here the pets are considered as better buddies during the lockdown days. So the reason behind this is given one by one. First one is a sense of purpose. The problem of office goers is lacking is a lack of mission in their daily life. So in the lockdown days, it's a lack of mission for them in their daily life. So watching TV all day is the surest way to feel the directionless. So having a pet, on the other hand, is taking on a responsibility which gives you not just emotional gratification, but a real sense of purpose. So pets also considered as the better buddies because of the next reason, it keeps you emotionally strong. So people with pets do emotionally better than people who do not care for an animal. This is why this is not made by me. It is the suggestion given by the studies which is already given in US. So this is why being home with a pet is likely to be much nicer situation than being stuck on your own in the lockdown period. And the pets considered as better buddies during lockdown days because of the mental stimulation. So TV, the internet, and the mobile phones actually make us less receptive and productive mentally. So the perfect solution to that is to have a pet. In the case of dogs, intelligent beings, you can improvise all kinds of mental activity that is good for both your brains. And there's one more reason also there. So pets are considered, why it is considered as the better buddies, because it is a better security. In the absence of security guards during the pandemic, having a dog on premises is the best form of security known to the mankind, and it's also called as a service animals for the sick people. For anyone infected by any diseases, your dog can actually be trained to be a service animal. Besides the company, dog can perform a number of tasks other than just a company. Pet is also considered as the better buddies because of the next reason also, so make you feel less neglected. The unconditional love and attention of a dog can do wonders in fortifying you the sense of companionship and the care at any time. Most people will want to avoid you. So this may seem really unimportant, but over the weeks of isolation, humans with dogs and cats are more likely to feel like they are loved and cared for than the others facing the quarantine alone. This is actually the result of the study made in US. And this is actually the global pet market outlook. It is actually given by the Euromonitor International Journal. It has conducted an initial report on the state of the global pet care market amid COVID-19. It summarized the points below. The first thing what they are saying is short-term stockpiling and the risk aversion. So early stockpiling by panicked customers resulted in an unsustainable boost to the sale of pet food products. So because they thought that they might go and there will be a risk of the stock will not be there. So in that case, there will be risk of they will not get the pet food. So they have purchased a lot of food and they kept it as a stock. So consumers are likely sticking to trust brands and familiar products during this time of uncertainty. And then the next thing is mid-time normalization and immune health focus. It is also one of the global pet market outlook given by Euromonitor International Journal. So the sales growth is predicted to slow as consumers maintain enough stock at home. So even as lifestyle return to normal, consumers will have renewed focus on immune support products for themselves and even for their pets. And then this is also the next thing about the global pet market outlook about the long-term e-commerce innovation and pet ownership shifts. So while quarantined in their homes, more consumers are ever before have used the e-commerce third-party delivery services and or click and collect the services. So the Euromonitor predicts that this shift is from the in-store to digital may be the most significant consequence of the COVID-19 pandemic. So another important long-term consequence is shifts in the pet ownership. So more people in developed markets are adopting and purchasing pets as companions for their new isolated lifestyles. However, emerging markets may see an opposing trend as people abandon pets due to misinformation and the financial strain. This is actually regarding to the underdeveloped countries or the developed countries. Developing countries. And next we have the Indian pet market. The market, how it is going on. So India is a home to approximately 2 crore pet dogs. So the value of good food that they consume is to the tune of rupees 1,200 crore annually, and it is growing at a healthy pace according to Geol Hook, the country manager Pedigree. So an animal feed company. So Pedigree is already known to everyone. So about 19 million other domestic pets are also currently kept in homes. So annually about 6 lakh more pets are being adopted. So the market is growing at 13.9% annually and will be worth roughly that's $430 million or rupees 278 crore by 2020. So growing market. So India is one of the fastest growing pet care markets in the world. So growth is recorded in all categories, including pet food, pet pharmaceuticals, and grooming, toys, and accessories. So the key drivers of this growth are urbanization, rise in nuclear families, changing perception towards pets and the pet owners. As said, the experts at a curtain razor meet on PTEX India. So it's actually the meet conducted for pets. So every year, so it is made on 2019 in Hyderabad. The impact of COVID-19. So in India, the home to a $347 million pet care market has taken a blow at large. So driven by a surge in nuclear families, urbanization, increase in spending power of the generation and an increasingly humanizing attitude towards the pets. The industry has begun to show cracks, the sign that the upcoming months are going to get tougher with reduced spending power, shifting consumption priorities, and the decrease in the fundraising activities. So the impact is again continued. So already offline sales have dried up for many startups dealing in grooming products as portions of the pet care industry are being rendered out jobs. These include boarding and daycare facilities, pet spas, dog walkers and trainers, and the pet events segment. In its place, temporary clinician here at India has experienced a rapid growth in pet industry in the last few years, increasing awareness about the pets and branded pet care products via internet is the major force behind this growth. The pet grooming market is expanding at a firm pace owing to the accessibility of frequent movable pet groomers who deliver pet grooming activities as per the convenience of the pet owners. A recent market research focusing on the leading trends in pet products, has indicated that the worldwide pet products industry is highly influenced by a rising trend to treat pets as beloved family members. So the growth of the online pet care retail market has gone hand in hand with India's breaking e-commerce boom in recent times. So after COVID, in its place, the temporary clinics, virtual veterinary assistants through video calls have gained ground in recent times. Thank you very much for giving me such a wonderful opportunity to present my presentation in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya. That was a very insightful information that you have shared with all of us. All right, so moving on to the next presenter, we have Vadivil. Vadivil, over to you, Vadivil.
Very good morning to all. Very good morning to all. Very good morning to all of you. Myself, M. Vadivil, Assistant Professor, BCom Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Today I am going to present my topic, work stress among teaching faculties during COVID-19. How to handle stress, teachers and education staffs. First one, work out priorities. Keep a list, make the possible. Priorities their task in order of importance and tick off them. When done, include the important people in your life as priorities and attend to these relationship first. Second one, identify your stress situations. Make a list of events that leave you emotionally drained with one or two ways to reduce the stress for each. When they occur, use them as an opportunity to practice your stress reduction techniques and keep notes on what works for next time. Next one, don't react to imagined insult. It is a waste of time and energy to be oversensitive to imagined insults. Give people the benefit of the doubt. Talk over the situation with someone you trust. They may have another spin on what was said. And next one, think before you commit. People can often perform tasks merely to feel accepted or liked by other peoples. Practice saying no to requests that are unreasonable or more than you can handle at the time, rather than suffer subsequent regrets and stress. Their life is in front of you is far more important than life behind you. Next one, move on. Don't dwell on past mistakes. Feeling of guilt, remorse, and regret cannot change the past. Make a conscious effort to do something to change the mood. For example, employ mindfulness techniques or do something active that you enjoy. When you feel yourself drifting into regrets about past actions, learn from it and have strategies in place for next time. Learn to forgive yourself for past mistakes. Next, don't bottle up anger. Express and discuss your feelings having made allowances for unexpected hold. Practice approaching situations mindfully. Think positively. Smile whenever possible. It is an inexpensive and effective way of improving how you feel. Try and find something positive to say about a situation. Particularly if you are going to find fault, you can visualize situations you have handled well and hold those memories in your mind when going into stressful situations. Time management. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the insightful sharing, Madivil. Now, moving on to the next presenter, it will be Dr. Uma. Dr. Uma, over to you.
A very warm good morning to one and all. Let's start this one. My topic is inclusionistic fuzzy, multi-sets, distance measures, and offline signature verification and forgery detection. This was actually the one which was submitted in my college as a seed money proposal. We have converted this thing material into the seed money. As we have seen, the signature verification has to be carried over in so many methods. Either we do it in offline or we do it in online. So this is the one way we have it in offline. Many checks are being deducted. Will be checking for the forgery. So this is the one way we can find it out easily. We can deduct it. So that's a main purpose of proceeding this one. So this is a presentation by me, Dr. Uma, and Mr. Vivek. We both work in the management Department of Mathematics, SRKS, Coimbatore. And let's come to the abstract. See, this abstract is already I've told as we have so many measures available. This have included one thing we call it as distance measures of intuitionistic fuzzy multisets. A mathematic part is there where we have distances and all. So this can be applied in a real-time application where we have the signature deduction part. So this is one method where we can reduce the time effects and all. So the outline of the study is what is the purpose of this one, and then what are the preliminaries we are going to use it, and numerical evaluation whether we can do it correctly or not, that we can check it, and in the methodology how to calculate it, and finally we go for the summary of the conclusion. So we'll see one mark. So this is the significance. See, already so many methods are available for this signature verification. So why we are converting this is already we have a theoretical one of having this distances measures and all. So I want to apply this in a real time. So the real time, once I applied it, we are getting in the form of unique, advanced, new application one. So that's the purpose of proceeding further. And then here the interaction part. The signature, there are basically two possibilities we can do it. That is a skill forgery, another one is unskilled forgery. So this measure, the distance measure, I can do it for both the categories and decide whether we can have it for real-time purpose of checking in the bands and all, we can reduce the time here. The algorithm is in such a manner that we worked out to find it cost efficient as well as the system economically viable. And then to proceed further, this is the mathematical part. So we all know what is a fuzzy set. The fuzzy set is where we have the membership degree. And apart from the membership degree, if I introduce another concept of having non-membership, then I'll be representing them in the form of another one is intuitionistic fuzzy sets. So having this as there in your example first one, we have only one membership, whereas in the second one we have two membership. That's what the difference. In proceeding further, let me go to the next one. So this is a fuzzy multi-sets. The fuzzy is the one membership, whereas multi talks about different memberships. So we can see in the examples the values are being repetitive because as such, by checking over, I can check with one particular signature value. So we have to check it for too many signatures. So when we check it for too many signatures, because I have to have one signature and the other one is I should have 20 samples over it. So since I have more than one, it comes into your multiple one. That's why we have. Another one is intuitionistic, fuzzy multi, where we have the membership as well as our non-membership. So we have the membership function here and we have the non-membership. So we are taken here just with two parameters and then proceed further. So already it's being defined over this one. My study previous things and all, we had the three types of distance measures. Earlier we had as house draw, normalized, another one is Hamming distance and all. All the three is being identified earlier. And then we have this in the medical diagnosis part and then earlier with pattern recognition also. Now I would like to apply this method to this signature verification. So this is the, so this is a formula where we have this three distance measures. So all the three can be applied for the real-time value. So what is the methodology we have? 5 stages I'm dividing them. We can do it. One is a data acquisition where what we do it here is to have the signature, get the signature from the original. We'll be having 10 samples over there, 10 or 20 samples over there. So once they will be combining it, the distance measure will be taken over there. So pre-processing is way we have this, because the checks will be converted into binary, they will have 0, 1, 1. And from that, we have the feature extraction. So all the extra noise parts, everything will be excluded. And then we have this comparison. This fuzzy analysis part The third part is rate will be converting into a distance rate. So the distance rate will be taken in 3 formats. One is a horizontal one, vertical distance, and then diagonally, I'll be taking diagonal in 2 cases. Why we are having so many parameters is here, we want that signature to be identified properly. That's the purpose. So this is what then if the comparison is 50%, then the signature will be considered as a genuine. That will be deducted. Otherwise, that particular signature or anybody's will be rejected. So this is the one. One sample is being given over there. The first diagram is where we are converting into a binary or a real one, and then that is being converted into black and white now. The black and white is where we have this binary one or ones and zeros. So where we convert into 2 fuzzy quantities with a membership and then non-memberships. So once I've converted one, your third diagram is where the distance measures are being taken. The distance measure, the diagram is over there. We have the vertical, horizontal, as well as diagonal, all the 4 values being explained. So these is being compared. And finally, I have to do for the performance, whether it's being correct or not. So totally for this simple project, we have taken around 56 testing were done, and the samples were taken to be 20 here. So the original signature from one person, 20 signature is being carried over. Like that, I'm checking for around 1,400. So along this one, we are dividing them into the categories of skilled, and another one is unskilled forgery. So after that, we'll be calculating that false rejections, whether it is false or not, acceptance, if it is a false one, whether we are accepting it. So like that, when I've calculated it, it's comes around 11% of false and 13% and then 10%. So comparatively, this has been a lesser one. So earlier methods, what are available earlier is pixel comparison, they were getting only for 50%. The fuzzy logic, they reduced it to 26. And then this DST, they were getting it to 18. Whereas this new proposal method is getting in the form of only 11%. That's why, I concluded this was a
Thank you
average
so
of
much, Dr. Uma.
11% of failure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Uma. Moving on to the next presenter, we have Mr. Rajagopalan. Over to you, Mr. Rajagopalan.
இப்போ வருதா ஸ்லைட்ஸ் இருங்க இனி அவர் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணல ஜஸ்ட் a minute yes now not yet ஷேர் அந்த நெட்ல போயிட்டு பட் எங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்டாக் தான் வருது ஆக்சுவலி மல்லியாயிடும் ஸ்லோ லைட் நல்ல ஸ்லோ வருது வந்துருச்சா ஓகே ஓகே யூ கேன் see now yes okay okay fine
Good morning. To present my research paper on understanding behavior of Indian customers of online during COVID-19 lockdown with special reference to Coimbatore. Objectives of study: to understand the socio-economic profile of the consumers, the purchasing opinions of consumers during COVID-19 lockdown, to explain the difficulties and ideas of consumers who prefer online shopping during lockdown, to conclude the various opinions and post-lockdown time. For this research, the following hypotheses have been taken. There is no relationship between income and purchase frequency. There is no relationship between tendency of buying and age group. Let's discuss the findings. 56% of the respondents shop online sometimes. Among the available online shopping websites, Amazon, Flipkart and Myntra share the first 3 places, 1, 2 and 3 in ranking respectively. Sir, இது வந்து presentation slide shows sir இது presentation. இதை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி போய்ட்டு நினைக்கிறேன். Yes, sir. There are 2 hypotheses. There is no relationship between income and purchase frequency. There is no tendency of age group. Discuss the findings. 56% of the respondents shop online sometimes. Among the available online shopping websites, Amazon, Flipkart and Myntra share the first 3 places, 1, 2 and 3 in ranking respectively. Maximum of respondent relatives. Mobile and consumer electronics is the top ranked the consumers mostly groceries and purse. 56% of the respondents buy the products as and when required. Forty-six percent of the respondents prefer cash on delivery method, even the digital payment available. 58% of the respondents suggested that payment methods are safe and secure. Facebook and Instagram have more advertisements that influence the to proceed purchase. charges and high price with less quality are the cost why online shopping during COVID-19 lockdown. Suggestions. The following suggestions are extracted from research. Relax some rules for e-commerce websites the availability of stocks. They because of COVID-19. Customers need better online firewall for every payments. Suggested that it is safe to purchase and the prices before the people will suffer to buy products. Though many of them have moved online for shopping, which has led to a huge rise in online shopping. One more complaint about online shopping is that the delivery time takes too long. Some respondents appreciate the online team bring pandemic situation. Decreased income and earning capacity, it has slightly reduced the purchasing power where the consumer did not want to buy luxuries and durable and the demand for necessary has increased. The government has also should relax the rules for online shopping during the lockdown. The study has enough scope to carry out further research in which some specific be focused. That is wonderful opportunity.
Apologies for the lagging session. Moving on to the next presenter, Mr. Vasudevan. Over to you, Mr. Vasudevan.
Good morning to all. I am Vasudevan from Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, pursuing BSc IT second year. My presentation topic is iGens. It's time to change from internet generation to innovative generation. So introduction. So till before 6 months, we were taking steps to shape our human race in many ways using technology, medicine field, sports, politics, etc. But now we are affected by this pandemic. We are all trying to at least retain the developed shape of our human race, which were before 6 months. So the problem statement, due to COVID-19, the economical fall has been a great fall in human history ever. Although we have seen many pandemics, this one have greater effect on our human race. No physical presence in many fields. For example, a great example is education field. Now today all are attending online classes. A field which need physical presence is done through online course. Whole world shattered. So what can be done? So humanoid robots can be embedded with technology and with the assistance of genetics. So for example, we know Sophie, the human robot, which was first given the citizenship, world's first robot citizen. So like that, we can create humanoid robots embedded with genetics with the help of technology for controlling it. So it has three stages: stage 1 creation, stage 2 implementation, stage 3 usage with technical assistance. For example, if you take a robot, first we create it into an humanoid robot with the basic definition of rules. Then we are implementing it into the society with 4 trials and then having it the DNA of the owner. So then we can control the robots using IIoT, IoT and blockchain. Actually, before 4 months, me and a group of students were trying to bring the parliamentary election through online. So we were very keen and at most we completed 80%. But we thought of bringing the parliamentary election in online, but now all have become online due to this pandemic. So we should move fast and secure. So using these humanoid robots, we can have the ability to have the involvement of humanoid robots in the places where human involvement is more and compared to human involvement is less. For example, if we take the factories, minimum members of working in a factories are almost 5,000 to 10,000. So during this pandemic, they cannot go and work. And the medical field experts have revealed that for next 2 years, it may rely the pandemic will be there in our society like a cold fever. So we cannot have all the workers in the place of working. So using these humanoid robots, instead of humans, we can have them at a percentage of 30 to 34%. For example, we cannot depend on these humanoid robots in all fields. For example, if we take a company of like a car company, most of it are machine. So only a single only some parts are needed to be done by humans. So if we change it from humans to humanoid robots, the pandemic and the further pandemics can be also controlled. So here comes the most important question: unemployment. So now we have the solution for that. Like that, the humans should control the humanoid robots for which they will be given the salary. It may be sound crazy, but it will come. Before 5 years, we didn't expect like a pandemic like this, where the whole world will be shut down and sitting in the houses. But we are. So we cannot expect the unexpected. So what I am trying to say is, as we are growing through technology and its involvement, we should have its usage in a right position, in a right place, so that its usage and our less usage will be seen. Many questions will arise: what will happen if we, what will happen in research places? Like more research are happening in chemical engineering field, medicine field. For that, no other go, we should have humans. But we can have humanoid robots for transporting like the goods from one place to another. And the main usage of humanoid robots will be in food factories. We have seen many food factory videos in Discovery channels and like more TV channels. So there we can have this humanoid robots. Why humanoid robots, not other robots? Because in humanoid robots we will implement the DNA of the owner. So the robot will play as a role as the replica of the owner, like a cloning, so that the errors and trials will be demolished. So conclusion. So this humanoid robots cannot be only used to this pandemic. They can be used in the future use also. Technology benefits. So in this 20 years of technology development, most of the technology is used in a bad way. I'm not saying it. All the surveys are saying. So through this humanoid robots, the technology can be used in a correct way, and its benefit will be a ripe of fruit. A new level of genetics development. So although we have more development in politics, filming, and technology, the development in medical and genetics will be a jaw-dropping movement in human race. So if we combine humanoid robots, genetics, and technology, we have a bright future over all pandemics like this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vasudevan. It was a very good information session just now. All right, so moving on to the next presenter, we have Dr. Joginda Singh, who is also a committee member for this conference, ICIE 2020. And the title of his paper will be Paper 1, Mindfulness in an Age of Digital Effect of mindfulness on employees' engagement, well-being, and perceived stress. Over to you, Dr. Joe.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. You just hold on, sir. You look at it. Okay. Not yet share. Go to the Google. Google. Is it Chrome? Okay. Share screen, sir. Share screen. Click here. Share. This one. Okay. Make it bigger. Okay. Full screen already, sir. Okay. I will start now. Very good afternoon, all of you. Okay. My name is Dr. Joginder Singh. I'm presenting on behalf of one of my students who did this research together with me. My title is Mindfulness in the Age of Digital Distraction and the Effect of Mindfulness on Employee Engagement, Well-being, and Perceived Stress. Got this idea from this book by David Gell's Mindful Work. There are some other books on mindfulness. My idea came from here. And first question arises, what is mindfulness? Okay, I like the definition by Zhang and Wu, mental state with characteristics of present focus awareness. The keyword is present focus. That means the person is very focused in his thoughts, emotions on the present situation in a state of consciousness. Like, but like stated here, individuals can differ in their mindfulness or consciousness state. And so I got some very good definitions from Psychology Today. Mindfulness means pay attention on purpose. I will adding to say pay attention, present focus, and non-judgmental. That's mindfulness. Okay. So why mindfulness? Many American companies have adopted mindfulness in their training and executive programs, and they have gained a lot from it. And now it's become something that a lot of other organizations are adopting. Why are they adopting it? Mindfulness lowers stress, increases mental focus, and alleviates depression among workers. So it affect, there is an impact on absenteeism rate, productivity, performance, and so on. It has also benefited many companies like Aetna that save a lot of money from it. And therefore, based on this, my study is mindfulness in an age of digital distraction and the effect of mindfulness on employee engagement, well-being, and perceived stress. Okay, this is the background. Mindfulness, burden and with stress that managers today environment of digital disruption need to understand the phenomenon of mindfulness. And secondly, researchers have stated that mindfulness improves health and have other organization outcomes, improves cognitive performance, especially among leaders. And the last one, cause associated. Okay. Harvard Business Review said 1 in 5 adults suffer mental health, costing around 200 billion and 200 million lost workdays, Lieberman 2019. Okay. Now, for the problem statement, I always look at the deficiency model by Creswell. There are 5 parts I've looked at in this particular study. The first one is the topic, effect of mindfulness on engagement, well-being, and stress. What is the issue or concern? Digitalization, subject to uncertainties. Uncertainties leads to stress and other related health problems. DAL 2011. Workplace stress cause very high expenditures, like I stated just now. And from there, what evidence do we have? HR policies and practices have a positive impact on well-being of employees. And there are a lot of stress nowadays on flexi time, work-life balance, and many other factors. And previous studies have pointed that positive association between mindfulness and employee well-being. Okay, but where is the deficiency? Where is the gap? Past studies have been carried out in developed countries, and there's a dearth of research on the relationship between mindfulness and employee well-being in countries like Malaysia. Okay, so therefore, this study, since employee well-being is essential for successful organization outcomes, this study will examine the effect of employee mindfulness towards their well-being and in the services sector in Malaysia. My hypothesis, 3 main hypotheses: mindfulness is a positive predictor of employee engagement. Second one, mindfulness is inversely related to perceived work-related stress. Third, mindfulness is positively associated with employee well-being. Okay, and my framework here. Next one, my literature review. Employee engagement. Okay, what is employee engagement? There are certain definitions of employee engagement. Main one comes from Schoffoli et al. 2002. Positive, fulfilling, work-related state of mind that is characterized by 3 different characteristics: vigor, dedication, and absorption. And is there a relationship between mindfulness and employee engagement? Yes, I found some studies right after 2015. Example, Atkins, Hassett, and Fogliati. Positive influence of mindfulness on employee well-being and employee work engagement. Okay, next one, relationship between mindfulness and work-related stress. What is work-related stress? Body responds to certain demands, specific demands that is considered appropriate. Work-related stress refers to a situation in which the workplace contributes to physical and psychological health-related problems. Again, are there past research that has supported this? Yes. Chin, Slutsky, and Ray and Creswell 2019 found that higher levels of mindfulness training resulted in lower levels of perceived stress in employees. Okay, and the last hypothesis, relationship between mindfulness and employee well-being. Example, what is well-being? Feeling satisfied, happy, and being fulfilled in the workplace. Are there past studies? Yes. I will highlight the last one, mindfulness by Lomas et al. 2017. Mindfulness was a positive predictor of employee well-being and other outcomes. Now, my research methodology I start with ontology, epistemology, methodology, and methods. From ontology, I look at assumptions about what is out there, what is mindfulness in organizations, how do they look at it, the reality out there. And from there, I look at the epistemology, what constitutes acceptable knowledge, especially on mindfulness out there. Is it available? Is it measurable? Is it tangible? And from there, we came up with this positivism philosophy, which focuses on cause and effect, scientific method, tangible, and objectivity. And from there, methodology came to quantitative, and from quantitative research, we did a survey method to collect bulk data using a self-administered questionnaire, and this was primary data that we collected from the population. The target population were employees in the services sector in Malaysia. Okay, I will move on to the respondents. 200 valid responses, gender 115 females and 85 males, age spread out, but most of them were young age. That should be noted. Income is Malaysian from 3,000 and up to above that. Working experience, a lot of them at working experience. Now, descriptive statistics. Did I get good data? Is there a goodness of data? I look at the feel of data. Okay, mainly the skewness and courtesies. Is acceptable. Some author says 1 to -1. Some says +2 to -2. So I got within 1.5 to -1.5, which is acceptable. And if we look at the standard deviation, all below 1, mean moves between 2 point something to 4 point something. And reliability testing, I use Smart PLS for this reliability testing. I look at the composite reliability, all above 7, which states that my data is reliable, and also the convergent validity, AV, is it close to 5? Although I got the first one a bit lower than 5, but overall I will say that 0.48 is very close to 5, and I will say that convergent validity was confirmed as confirmed by SASTAT 2014, acceptable value 0.5. Discriminant validity, yes, again confirmed. Again, I use the Forner-Lechner criteria. Is it the highest for all of them? Yes, I highlighted in red here is all highest among them. And from there, move on to the next one, the hypothesis testing. Okay, the first hypothesis, mindfulness and employee well-being. Yes, the p-value is less than 0.05. The second one, p-value less than 0.05. The third one is supposed to have an inverse relationship, so it's a minus sign there, less than 0.05. So all three hypotheses accepted. If we look at this, employee engagement and stress, mindfulness has got the highest impact on employee engagement and almost equal impact on employee stress. Okay, so implications. Are there implications of this study? Yes, new perspective to understand implication of employees, especially in Malaysia. Valuable insights for academicians. There can be future research taken on this. New empirical evidence on mindfulness and employee engagement and stress and well-being. Provide practical implications from HR managers, especially leaders. Offer an alternative insight on effect of mindfulness and the limitations and directions for future research. There were some limitations. There can be some potential moderators and mediators. I did not include. Future studies should look at them. Assessment from various sources. I did not look at. Maybe future studies should look assessment from managers or supervisors on their employees, or maybe longitudinal studies might give better results and other geographical areas other than just KL Malaysia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joginda. I think that was a very good, insightful sharing session. All right, moving on to the next presenter, we have Asma Ahmad. Asma is going to present on a paper number 9, which is known as retention of employees through career development, employee engagement, and work-life balance among employees in the financial sector in Djibouti. Moving on to you, Asma.
The share screen, share screen, share screen. Okay. Because my face also be there. Okay. So, make it bigger. Make it full screen. Okay. Hide. Okay, you can see your face here. Okay. Okay, only we can see your face. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. So this is Asma Ahmed Hussein, and I'm going to be presenting about the retention of employees through career development, employee engagement, and work-life balance, an empirical study among employees in the financial sector in Djibouti, East Africa. I am from Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, Malaysia. So let's start with the background. So the retention of employees has gained recently the attention of organizations due to the impact that human resources has on organization success and competitive advantage. The purpose of this study was to investigate the influence of employee engagement, work-life balance, and career growth on the retention of employees in the financial sector in Djibouti. A survey method has been used to collect data from 100 respondents. So as far as the problem statement is concerned, we are looking at turnover of employees due to the fact that employee retention has a very crucial impact for sustaining competitive advantage. The cost of employee turnover is always high and it affects the organization performance. The turnover cost may average around 1.5 times the individual's total annual compensation. So high turnover means that we have low performance in an organization. The purpose of this paper was to examine the impact of employees' engagement, work-life balance, and career development on the employee retention. Moving on to the objectives of this research, we have 3 objectives. First, we are examining the relationship between employee engagement and employee retention, to examine the relationship between work-life balance and employee retention, and finally, to examine the relationship between career development and employee retention. Moving on to the research hypothesis, we could see that we have 3 hypotheses here. First, there is a relationship between employee engagement and employee retention. There is a relationship between work-life balance and employee retention, and there is a relationship between career development and employee retention. As we could see in the research framework, we have independent variables as well as the dependent variable that reflects the employee retention. Moving on to the literature review, we are looking into the dependent variable of this research, which is employee retention, that refers for retaining employees for a maximum period with a current organization. So according to Hodgkin, Rhoda, and Howard, explained that employee retention is the action taken by organizations to motivate and influence employees to function the optimum level for more extended period. Looking into our first independent variable, which is work-life balance, according to Hill, he states that work-life balance is achieved when employees can balance the emotional, behavioral, and time demands of work-related and family responsibilities at the same time. From the organization perspective, it refers to the situation where an organization provides employment to individuals and allows time for their family and responsibilities at the same time. Second, independent variable reflects our career growth variable. Career development is a lifelong process where employees get ready to choose and are choosing how to continue the choices among several jobs that are available during their lifetime. Second independent variable is employee engagement, that refers to that the state of mind which is positive, characterized by vigor, dedication, and absorption. Let's move on to the research methodology. Here we are conducting quantitative study based on positivist philosophy. It's supported by theories, and hypotheses were developed to study the relationship between the independent variables as well as dependent variable. The target population were employees engaged in the financial sector in Djibouti. Convenience sampling was used as a sampling frame was not readily available. The targeted sample was 100 respondents. So self-completed questionnaires were used to collect data. The questionnaires were divided into two parts, which were demographic profile measurement and attitude-based questions. A 5-point Likert type scale was used for the measurement of respondent level of agreement or disagreement. So a total of 150 questionnaires were distributed electronically and 40 were distributed by hand. However, only 100 questionnaires met the target and were used for further analysis. SPSS was used for the analysis. Hypothesis testing was based on the results of the multiple regression analysis. Let's move on for the data analysis and results. Here we're looking into a few tests that I'm going to be going through one by one. So first, we're looking into the demographic profile of the respondents. The gender profile reflected mostly male, which scored 68%. However, the marital status were mostly single and reflected 62%. As far as the employee's qualification is concerned, majority of the respondents held bachelor's degree that accounted for 51%, following by master's, 34%, and the rest had a diploma or lower qualification. Age profile, most of the respondents were around the age of 24 to 35 years old, which scored 43%. Respondents below the age of 24 accounted for 30%, and the rest were above the age of 35 years old. The respondents were employed in the financial sector. Let's look at the reliability test here. And when we look at it, we are looking at the alpha value in which all the variables scored above 0.7 except for the employee retention that had alpha value of around 0.6. Normality test. So we're looking into skewness and courtesies, which is usually should be around between -2 to +2. So in this study, as we could see, this skewness value are typically distributed. Looking into the Pearson correlation test, so the independent and dependent variables in this correlation coefficient is positive and significant. So the result shows that employee engagement has the strongest relationship with employee retention among the rest of the independent variables. When we look at the multiple regression test and model fit summary, we're looking into the R value, which is 0.599, that indicates an acceptable level of prediction. And when we look at the F value, it was 17.870. F test is significant 0.00, which indicates that the model fit is good. And the three independent variables predicted the dependent variable reliably. Discussion. We're looking into three hypotheses mainly. So the first hypothesis was to find out whether work-life balance affects the retention of employees in the financial sector in Djibouti. However, it actually deviated from the expectation and past studies. We could look at Opong's study that said that Africans are actually generally a collectivist society. Therefore, they sacrifice their individual needs for the good of the group, which includes the organizations they usually belong to. The second hypothesis was to establish the relationship between career growth and retention of employees, which was proven positive. So the result of the second hypothesis also found the support of the social exchange theory that explains that the benefits and services provided by the organizations to individuals are reciprocated by employees' intention to stay longer with the organization. Their hypothesis was to find out whether employee engagement was a predictor of employees' retention, which was proven positive. However, this study revealed that employee engagement, independent variable, had the highest impact on the retention of employees in the financial sector in Djibouti. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Asma. That was a very sharing and insightful session. Moving on, we have Associate Professor Dr. Lawrence, who will be presenting on paper 28, And the title of the paper is A Study on Human Capital and Government Policies, Factors that Influence Renewable Energy Development. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Janita, for for the today's topic. This study was started last year with one of my friend from the General Electrical, Mr. Mahendran. So this topic is basically about what will the future direction of the renewable energy in Malaysia. So when we talk about the research on the renewable energy in Malaysia, so one of the crisis or one of the important issues was about human capital and also the government policies. So what are the benefits? What are the things helping the supplier or even the owner of the human capital? So my topic is going to be introduced topic and what are the research problems and what are the current development in Malaysia and what are the rationale behind the policy and how the government policy to address the skilled human capital. Then conclusions. So when I look at the introductions, first we look into the conventional power system in Malaysia. We can see there's a lot of detrimental effects on the environment. So we can see the nature of the greenhouse gases effect is very high and it's affecting the entire climate change. So therefore we need something is a very effective power system to overcome this problem. At the same time, we can see Malaysia have signed some international agreement, signing of the Kyoto Protocol Treaty. This protocol was started after the 1992, where the United Nations framework has signed, and about 197 countries has agreed to reduce the greenhouse gas effect. So therefore, the global warming is one of the likely human-made, where the carbon emissions was reduced because of human-made or human factors. So therefore, the renewable energy is a solution to overcome this problem, especially the greenhouse. So therefore, the clean development mechanism was initiated after the Kyoto signing, and we're expecting about 1.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to the emission reduction the world report in 2010, and it's a development of climate change. So most of these reductions are through the renewable energy commercializations. So we can see from the conventional power system to the what is a current renewable energy. So when you look at the research problem, so we can see the growth of the usage of electricity demand in Malaysia in the kilowatts is increasing from 2007 to 11 and 12, and it's predicted by 2030 it's going to be about 116 million ton. So that is a growth of the electric usage or demand in Malaysia. So at the same time, we can see the growth of the demand for the coal, gas, and electricity generation also is increasing. So this will gives you a very insightful message that Malaysia is largely depend on the fossil fuels. So you can see in 2009, almost about 94% of the total electricity depend on the fossil fuels. So that is giving a very alarming state where we are too depend on the fossil fuels. So what is the next remedy? How are we going to overcome this problem? So when you look at the current development in Malaysia, we are contributing about 60 millions of carbon oxides. It's about 32% of the total emission in 2005. and will increase the contribution to 150 million tons, about 47% in 2020, due to the shift from the gas to the coal of power generations. So, and also there's a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. So one of the remedies for this is renewable energy. So Malaysian renewable energy capacities remain grossly underutilized, especially with regard to biomass, hydropower, and solar. So solar, hydropower, and biomass is a long-term solution to reduce the emissions and also to protect the environment. Therefore, when you see the current development in Malaysia, we can see SIDA was one of the government agency in Malaysia where is protecting or promoting renewable energy. So SIDA is actually a Sustainable Energy Development Authority, Malaysia, where is work on the Renewable Energy Act, okay, and focusing on the solar power. So they also have some small renewable energy program which is already initiated in Malaysia, but the popularity or the awareness among the users, especially individual users, are very less. So there's no promotional or probably push from the government sectors. So that is issues. And the National Green Technology Policy, which is introduced in 2009, is still in the very low in the acceptance level. Okay, it's not in the growth level. So when you look at the current development, okay, first is about the fuel securities is very important. Okay, this is why the slow progress of SRAP program has been due to several barriers. The first barrier is a fuel security. We always concerned that the fossil is a special petrol. Since we are producing petrol in Malaysia, we are so comfortable that having a petrol as a main source. So that is a issue in our country. The second is the recommended sales for renewable energy. Electricity is at a level 17.21% per kilowatt, is close below the unit price of productions. So due to that, it's very unrealistic and it's not being very competitive like electricity. So then continue with the fossil fuel subsidy programs. I think in Malaysia, I think government is giving a very huge incentives to reduce the petrol price in our country. So due to these subsidies, we can see the renewable energy resources is not really growing. Okay, and finally it's about the renewable energy power purchase agreement, REPA, which is signed. Okay, it's difficult to get financing, especially from the bank and also the big merchant to support for the new developers or probably new investors. So we can see the rationale behind of the policy initiative in 2000 until 2020 is to reduce the usage of gas from 79% of consumption to 40%. Then also the hydro is to increase from 10% to 30%. Then the coal usage should be reduced from 9.7% to 2.9%. And the petrol should be from 5% to 1%. So this is what the policy has developed. But until today, we don't achieve anything on reach to these numbers. So this is because of the government policy to address the skilled human resources. So we can see the global renewable energy policy has been driven by the employment and we need a well increase in RE consumptions. So we can see the new wind installation in the US, Germany, India, and Brazil are increasing. Okay, at the same time, we can see large hydropower's employees, 1.5 million people throughout the direct jobs from around 60% of the operation and maintenance. So they also have some gender discrimination in renewable energy employment seems less pronounced. So 9.8 million people in 2016, and it's about 1.1% increase over in 2015. So the solar photovoltaic was the largest employers, which 3.1 million job up to 12% from 2015. So these are the world scenario about the renewable energy. So what is we are lacking in Malaysia is the human resource. So human resource, which is about the talent people. So first is a lack of skilled human resources to operate and maintain the renewable energy hardware. The second is no adequate courses or integrations at universities, colleges, or training institute to support the renewable energy. The third, there's no systematic research that's been carried out to how to overcome these problems. And the local companies in the project organization also lacking experience in developing renewable energy. So the public have a low level of knowledge on our renewable energy. So these are the barriers that we need to address. So all these are related to the human capital or human resources. So with this, I can conclude that renewable energy is very important, especially promoting the nature and also the solar energy sourcing issues. For example, for our country, the solar is a I think you can say about almost 18 hours, 18 hours per day we are getting as sunlight. So that is a very great asset for us to go into the renewable energy. So make energy accessible to all the third world countries, and also lowering the carbon emissions in the developing and the developed countries. So that was the renewable energy. But our research is focusing on research on the study of factor influencing human capital in the government policies that can be proved to be catalyzed for the renewable energy development. But what is happening in this scenario is currently the government policy is being a barrier to promote the renewable energy development in Malaysia. So this study is widely studied about the policies and also the lacking behind of the human capital in Malaysia. So these studies should be carrying on in the next level so that it could be a we can create a good policy, and also we can bring a new uh, renewable energies into the reality. Okay, and also at the same time we can reduce the emission level in Malaysia and also the world around. Okay, so that is it's my sharing today. It's my action research. So hope I can extend my studies in the next level. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lawrence. It was really a very good sharing session that you've done. All right, moving on, we have Dr. Morakinyo Dada, who will be presenting on paper 707T, relationship between social media promotion and crowdfunding projects by Nigerian SMEs. Over to you, Doctor.
All right, thank you so much, Janita. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be presenting a paper on relationship between social media promotion and crowdfunding projects by Nigerian SME. So I'm the main author, and I have my co-authors, Prof. Siva Mutali and Wajia Ali. All right, so I will be talking about the introduction, problem statement, objectives, literature review, methodology, and summary. So let me just dive right in. So we all know that social media has played a significant part in globalization. A lot of businesses rely on social media now in order to get their marketing information out there to the people. In Nigeria, the internet penetration, we have about 103 million users as at 2018 statistics that actively use the internet. And 74% of these people, um, they are members of networking sites. All right. From various researches that has been conducted, studies have found that consumers they tend to depend on Facebook for decision making. Likewise, they also believe that Twitter could be used as a tool to sway consumers' perception of a product. So that brings me to the main aim of the study. We have to understand what crowdfunding is, and crowdfunding is just an alternative method that can be used to raise a monetary contribution for a project or for a startup business. And we have a large group of people that support this project. We call them backers. All right. And statistics have shown that there are various types of projects that you can actually crowdfund. You can crowdfund business ideas, social causes, real estate, music, so many things you can actually crowdfund. All right. Now, the worldwide crowdfunding volume in 2012 was about 2.8 billion, and in 2015 alone in the United States, we had about 34.4 billion. So the market for crowdfunding actually keeps growing all the time. So how does crowdfunding basically work? The first thing is you have to develop a business goal, choose a crowdfunding platform you're going to use. Then the platform will screen the project for eligibility. And after that, they're going to look at the description of the business goals. And then the project will be launched on the platform and promoted after approval has been given. Then backers can come in to pledge their funds, that is, depending on how much they want to use to support the crowdfunding project. And if the target for the funds is achieved, that means the um, SME has been able to achieve marketing success. So, for the purpose of this paper, I only focused on the part of um, promotion of the project on social media platforms. Okay, and the reason why Nigeria was chosen is because SMEs are particularly the driving force for growth in the country. They control about 96% of the country's economy. And SMEs, being the driving force, they face some significant challenges with respect to getting funds from formal or credit financial markets like the banks. They find it very difficult to give new startups, loans because you don't really know who the entrepreneurs are, and you don't know their what. So crowdfunding is an innovative way that SMEs or new startups can actually use to get access to funds for their project. So why was this research carried out? Because there are few studies that have actually investigated social media promotion with respect to crowdfunding projects. Most platforms are focused heavily on looking at social networks with regards to tangible physical products rather than looking at services. And also, there has been insufficient research with respect to social media promotion and crowdfunding within Nigeria as a country. Okay, so the aim of the study is to shed light on how SMEs can use social media promotion to effectively promote their crowdfunding projects online. So, what were the problems that were identified? The first problem was SMEs, they find it very difficult to get access to funds. So, banks prefer to give loans to bigger, should I say, borrowers, okay, established borrowers. So, when a new startup or a new SME goes to them, they would not readily get access to funds. Also, there is lack of awareness that you can actually use crowdfunding as an alternative, to generate funds for projects. Okay. Another issue is lack of proper policies, especially in a country like Nigeria. So crowdfunding is well established in countries like United States, Australia, but Nigeria as a country, there are no proper policies that have been put in place yet, and also there are no insights to the key attributes that um, should be focused on when trying to promote a crowdfunding project on social media platforms. So this study hopes to shed light on this. So my main objective for the study is to talk about the relationship between social media promotion and the marketing success of crowdfunding projects for SMEs in Nigeria. So, what was my methodology? I actually conducted a netography, which is an online observation, and I used tools like NetVis, Gephi, and MentionMap to actually analyze um, the pages of SMEs on Facebook and Twitter. Okay, so their pages were monitored for a period of 2 months, and these pages they must actually have a project on a crowdfunding platform. So the crowdfunding platform that was chosen was Kickstarter.com. All right, and reason why I chose this method is to gain insight on the values, beliefs, and practices of backers that support crowdfunding projects. Also, I want to be able to identify what are the connections between the characteristics of should I say, the crowdfunding components that can result into marketing success for Nigerian SMEs. All right, so I'll just run through the analysis of the netography, how I actually conducted it. So the first step was a crowdfunding platform was selected, then data was extracted using NetVis, and then I analyzed using Gephi. Then for the Twitter aspect, the crowdfunding platform was selected, and then data was extracted and analyzed using Mention Map. So let me go a bit into details of how each step was done. So for the Facebook analysis, NetVis was chosen, and you select the page, that is the SME page on Facebook, where you want to extract the data. You get the page ID, you set your parameters, you put the settings to Fort Atlas 2 layout. Then you can select for modularity and class, select the like count because you want to see how many likes does the page have, what are the engagements going on the page, and then you can extract the file and analyze the data. For mention map, which is to analyze for Twitter, of course you have to log onto Twitter account. You search for the Twitter handle, and you try to you can use the mention map or the retweet map option. Okay, so that helps you to see how many times people have talked about the crowdfunding project online or how many times it has been retweeted on Twitter. Then you can extract the file and finalize the analysis. All right, so these are the three projects that I chose that have been done by Nigerian SMEs. So I have Kicks Footwear, Tomato Juice, and Lagos Photo Festival. Okay, so these are the likes and the follows they have on Facebook, on Twitter, and most especially, I want to talk about the crowdfunding platform aspect. Okay, so take for example, Kicks Footwear, they were able to get about 72 backers. And what was the goal? They were looking to raise about £17,500, and they were able to exceed that amount. So that means they were able to achieve marketing success. Tomato Juice is another project. They had 638 backers. The target was to raise 50,000 US dollars, and they were able to achieve about 55,000. So that means they were able to achieve the marketing success. And the last one was Lagos Photo Festival. They had 57 backers rather. They didn't really have a target set, but I believe they were able to achieve marketing success. They were able to raise close to £13,000. So, what was the summary of all the findings from my analysis? First is that social media promotion helps to provide information about crowdfunding projects to backers and even potential backers that might buy into supporting and funding the project. Also, it helps to create awareness, it drives traffic to the crowdfunding project itself. So, from analysis, it shows that a lot of people got to hear about the crowdfunding projects mainly from Facebook and Twitter. So, it helps in traffic generation. Also, it eliminates uncertainties. Now, a lot of times before backers, they want to support a project, before they want to fund a project, They want to be sure that the project is going to be successful, that there is going to be no issues if they invest their money into such project. All right. So with the help of social media, proper information is passed across. People are aware of all the steps that the project would undergo. So it helps to eliminate uncertainties. Also, we have provision of returns. Now, when someone supports a crowdfunding project, they expect to get something in return. If I invest my money into your business, I should get some kind of return on my investment. Okay, so social media promotion also helps to um, explain to potential backers the kind of returns that they are going to get, that they're going to achieve from using or supporting the project. Also, what I discovered was that people trusted opinion leaders on social media. So, say for example, there has been someone that has been actively involved in crowdfunding, and lots of backers already know such a person. So, when the person actually promotes a project on social media, lots of other backers they come in and they support that project because they trust the person sharing the information about the project. Okay, so this helps to make crowdfunding projects successful also. Lastly, when promotion of crowdfunding projects are done on social media, it helps to eliminate complexities because people tend to think, okay, um, this startup or this SME, they have a very nice, brilliant idea, but are they going to go about, um, you know, achieving it? So even though the SME might have properly drawn out, I mean, their plan and all, but you might need that back and forth, the engagement to be able to ask questions about each stage of the crowdfunding project. So with social media, you're able to do that because you can have an engagement session on social media, especially if you're using platforms like Facebook and Twitter. All right. So these are the summary of my findings from the study. Thank you very much. That'll be the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mora Kido Dada. I think the sharing session was really good for all of us. All right, let's move on to the next presenter. We have Muhammad Noor Al Charif, who will be presenting on paper 32 macroeconomic factors and Islamic banking development in OIC countries. Over to you, Noor Al Charif.
Hello, Dr. Janita. How are you? I'm Muhammad Noor Al Sharif, and I'm the author of this paper. And my co-authors are Dr. Umar Islam, Dr. Mitra Saidi, and Mr. Mudar Ahmad Khattag. Our paper is about macroeconomic factors and Islamic banking development in OIC countries. A quick brief about Islamic banking. It's it's any bank that conforms to Islamic Sharia, mainly prohibition of interest, which is riba, and replacing it with profit and loss sharing. Also, the prohibition of financial unethical behavior, for example, investing in gambling or pornography or alcohol. The Islamic banking was first existed in Malaysia in 1963 when Tabung Haji was established to motivate Muslim Malaysians to save for Hajj. This point was recognized as the start of Islamic banking. Now, why did we conduct this research? Several reasons. Some of them is that there exists very limited literature concerning macroeconomic factors influencing Islamic banking in OIC countries, even though these OIC countries formulate 80% of Islamic banking assets worldwide. Also, the impact of financial openness on Islamic banking is understudied worldwide. And we think that it's a key factor in impacting the Islamic banking development. Also, the Islamic banking, when it's from 1980 until 2010, the assets rose from 5 billion US dollars to around 1,000 billion US dollars, And lately, there was a drawback from $2 trillion to $1.9 trillion according to the IFSB report. So we want to know what is the reason behind this fluctuation, behind this tremendous increase and this slight decrease lately. Also in MENA, which is the Middle Eastern and Asian countries, excluding GCC, there was a drawback from $607 billion to $541 billion from the years between 2016 and 2017, according to the IFSB. In the same time, there was a huge increase in the GCC, in the Islamic banking development in GCC, to increase around 42%. So at the same time, in two different places around the world, there is a huge increase and a decrease. So we want to know what are the reasons behind this fluctuation in Islamic banking development worldwide. Our variables for this research was mainly for the macroeconomic factors, the financial openness, which is measured by the foreign direct investment by GDP, and inflation from consumer price index, economic growth, which is the GDP growth rate, and the exchange rate, the real effective exchange rate. We want to study the impact of these macroeconomic variables or macroeconomic factors on the Islamic banking development, which is measured by the Islamic bank asset growth rate. So our quantitative research depended on secondary data. The data for the banks is collected from banks' annual reports, and the macroeconomic factors data collected from publications released by governments and from databases like IMF, World Bank, Data Market, and Bruegel. The sample included all OIC countries that have their Islamic banking asset share as 5% or greater in their markets, based on the stability report in 2017. Initially, our sample included 21 countries. They were later decreased to 10 countries due to outliers and insufficient data. And the sample included initially also 100 banks. It also was reduced to 86 banks due to outliers and insufficient data. Now, 43 of the 86 banks are conventional banks, and the reason behind including these banks in our study is to perform a descriptive analysis to show the difference between the Islamic banking and conventional banking development. The data stretches between 2010 and 2017, and the fixed effect estimator has been used. And the reason behind that is that the Hausman test null hypothesis rejection suggested the use of fixed effect estimator. Now here we have a diagram showing the Islamic banking share to banking asset in our sample. This diagram is built based on the FSB report, the stability report, and it shows that Saudi Arabia has over than 52% of its banking assets or banking market share as Islamic banking share, as Islamic banks. Now, this data initially included also Sudan and Iran, but they were excluded to be outliers because they mentioned that 100% of their banking institutions are Islamic banks, while there were evidence showing that this is not true, that some of the exercises made by this bank doesn't confirm to be an Islamic banks. As we can see that OIC countries are leading countries in Islamic banking. Some countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Malaysia, and UAE have a huge Islamic banking asset and a huge part of their market share as Islamic banks. That's why the research was conducted in this area. Now, our descriptive analysis shows the following diagram. The following graph is showing that for some countries like Malaysia, the Islamic banking development rate is around 5 times faster than the conventional banking development. Similarly, we can see that in Indonesia, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, they have very fast Islamic banking development rate or very high Islamic banking development rate compared to conventional banking development. And in overall, the whole sample has the Islamic banking development rate is higher than the conventional banking development rate. Now, this graph shows the Islamic banking development rate to the conventional banking development rate across our timeline. As we can see, from 2010 until 2013, there was a huge increase to a slight decrease in the Islamic banking development. And later on, in 2014 until 2017, we can see that there is a slight or there's a decrease in the Islamic banking development rate. So the research mainly was conducted to know why this fluctuation is happening. Now, our findings for the research, we found that the financial openness, which is our leading variable, is that it has a positive impact over the Islamic banking development. Similarly, has the inflation and economic growth, while the exchange rate shows a negative impact on the Islamic banking development. That's why all these factors has to be taken into consideration when performing any investment or any type of Islamic banking, maybe investment or any type of business that would require knowledge in the Islamic banking. And also our descriptive analysis shows that the Islamic banking development is 189% higher than conventional banking development in OIC countries from 2010 till 2017. As we can see that the OIC countries are leading countries in Islamic banking, and it seems that they are heading towards having a full Islamic banking system in their countries. Some notes about this research is that this research did not include any political and financial instability as factors that are influencing the Islamic banking development. And as we can see here, that for countries like Egypt and Qatar, they do have the Islamic banking development higher than conventional banking development rate, but these two countries had political instabilities in our timeline between 2013 until 2017. This might be a cause to have a slower banking development, Islamic banking development. We don't know yet. We are willing to conduct this in future research to see the impact of political instabilities on Islamic banking development or even in banking development in general. But as we can see, for countries that are stable, we have like United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Malaysia. We have a slightly higher Islamic banking development rate than conventional banking development rate, while countries like Indonesia, which had some financial instabilities in the last years, also is performing very good in the Islamic banking development rate compared to conventional banking development rate. So all these factors need to be studied, conducted in future researches. And also some other factors were shown and were mentioned in the literature review that need to be studied and were hinted by other authors that could be a factor impacting the Islamic banking development are institution-specific factors like structure and quality, and also social factors like religion and demographic clustering of population. Similarly, we can see for the religion and demographic clustering of population that countries like Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, these countries are leading Muslim countries, and they do have very high Islamic banking development. But compared to conventional banking development, some other countries are performing slightly higher, like United Arab Emirates or Malaysia. So all these factors that are not mentioned in this research are worth studying in future research and to see their impacts on Islamic banking development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Uma. All right, moving on. We have come to the end of the paper presentation sessions. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all presenters. And moving on, the next session would be the video presentation that will be shown via Teams from 2 to 6 p.m. And these are conference participants who have covered areas such as humanities, technology, science, and entrepreneurship, accounting and finance, and business. Before I end the session for today, on behalf of ICIE committee member, I would like to take this opportunity to thank both of our key speakers, Dr. Deena and Dr. Takemi, and not forgetting our DVC of APU, Prof. Vinish, followed by Dr. Aguila from Sri Ramakrishna College of Arts and Science, our counterparts from India, SNR, and Dr. Joginda Singh, the conference head, and also the rest of the committee members for ensuring the success of this conference. And to the rest of you, it has been a wonderful pleasure being with all of you throughout the whole session. Thank you so much. Till we meet again next year. The link for the live streams on Teams will be shared in the chat or comment section. Please join it accordingly. Thank you again.